All right. Today, I got more truth and dare stuff. Truth and dare. Yeah, not truth or dare. You get both now. Um, so I'm gonna show you cause I've been working a little bit, off stream. I'll show you a little bit of what I got. Just a little bit of an explanation. I won't really dive in and show you the specifics, and then we'll get into it, just so we're all on the same page. All right. So first off, this is a mixin. Whatever. Um, I've had this mixin before. And so what I've got here is I have the same thing, the commands, the stuff that we did before, all that's the same. But what I've done is I've added progress bars. And what these are these use boss bars, which is great because the boss bar handles all the updating and packet delivering and stuff for me. So like I don't really need to care too much about it. So great. And all this does is I tick it, right? And I'll show in a moment how I go about ticking it. And all that does is it's gonna get the percent, and that's gonna depend on the kind of bar it is because there's two kinds of progress bars, and I'll show those in a sec. And then it will dispose of it as if it's at 0. Now this is specifically required because I need to make sure I remove the player because the player if I don't do that, the bar will just stay there and it won't tick anymore, which is unfortunate, right? I need to make sure that it gets disposed of. Now, there's two progress bars. There's a grace period progress bar, which is for a grace period that I have added in, um, so that when you complete a dare, you're not immediately sent with another dare. You have a bit of a grace period in between potential dares or like truth or dare prompts. Now, when a truth expires, you don't get a grace period. That's part of the trade-off. And so this grace period bar shows you what grace period you have. And then we have a, where is it? Is that abstract progress bar? Oh, truth or dare progress bar, there we are. Which is just the same thing. The only difference is that dares are red, truths are green, and then it still tracks the same duration. And then it'll show that. Now, if it's a dare, it'll some dares can have special progress bar text to show like certain things that you have remaining. For example, block breaker dares will show how many blocks you have left, and stuff like that. But the truths aren't really going to have that because there's not really anything to really track for truths, at least so far, as I know. And then we have a progress bar manager, and this just keeps track of all the progress bars. None of this is saved, so it's not in the server state, right? The server state doesn't actually care about these progress bars because these progress bars will iterate over a player truth or dare effect state and then set a truth or dare bar for each truth or dare there when the player progress bar manager is created. And this player progress bar manager is created. I believe this is now. Now this is in the handler, the effect tracker, right? No, I mean no, it's not actually. Then I need to remember where that's done. Server progress bar state. This is where we get or create the bar manager. Maybe that's now in here. Yeah. Yeah, we get the instance, we get or create a bar manager for that player, and then we tick it, right? So it's just gonna recreate it to make sure it syncs up at the beginning when the player is first there when the bar doesn't exist. And that's the idea. Now there's gonna be a little bar up top that's gonna show you whether or not you have like what dare you have, how much time you have left. And yeah. That's basically it. There's a couple of other truths and dares, and now we're going to be getting into making the truths and dares, because here I'd like to have 40 of each. That's a lot, but that'd be really good. And that's kind of it. That's really all that's left, is making the different truths and dares. And then the UI, designing the UI instead of it just being two arbitrary buttons that just kind of appear there, making it look a little fancy, and some of the client-side visual stuff, which is a much later thing. Right, to the point where this screen, right, this render here is going to be what draws it. So like this is where we're going to do our to do. Right, and that's kind of that, right? We're not there yet, but I'm leaving that to do in there so that I'll constantly get pestered about it. Now we're here. I have 3 different truths. I have 4 different dares. These dares are very similar. And then I have this dare here. So we're going to make it a combination of truths and dares, basically whatever I can end up thinking. I do have a list of dares somewhere. Here it is. Okay, so there's a couple here. This isn't an item dare, this next one. One's going to be pretty symbol. I think this just extends this. And I don't believe we need anything there. We'll do 1 minute 30 seconds. This one's going to be eating a spider eye within 1 minute. Well, and then this has to implement living entity use item callback. There's nothing here. This is only going to be applicable if they're in the overworld. Player.get entity world dot get registry key equals world dot overworld. Oops. That's registry key and that's registry key. Okay. And it's going to be living entity use item callback dot event dot register this. It's a very simple there. So we're gonna have another check here. I think I kind of want to. I had the same check here, right? Uh, I don't want to do that because then I'm constantly negating it, and I don't like that. I want to phrase this in a way where this returns true if it should not run. is non-player or client-sided. Or entity instance of player entity. So now I can go back to my soup there, and then I can that's incorrect, I just realized. Is non-player. Now I can just do if callback dot is on player or client sided. Which means I might, now I don't need to do it actually on this handler here, because this cares for a lot of other things, by the way. But we already know it's a player to begin with, so that's one thing. Otherwise, if it's a spider eye, we will we'll mark it as completed. That's the whole thing. So some of these dares are going to be simple. I'm going to start by making some simple dares. So now we're going to make a new dare. an idea for this one. I think this is just an abstract dare. Oh, I don't actually need to implement a player tick callback because I can tick additional effect logic on this one. Aha! This one right here. Convert minutes to ticks. We'll give 4 minutes for this one. Oh, wait. This is name. Should it be leather, or should I be able to make it something else? Want it to not be the end, but we can do any other. So this dare is supposed to encourage people to wear certain armor, right? As in, like, go get a full set of leather, go get a full set of copper, go get a full set of gold. I'm thinking of leaving it to those three, not using diamond or iron. Um, but I may wish to also make sure that they don't have a full set of armor. Because here's the thing. With like this, right? This has to create it, like this is the block breaker there. It has to determine what block it wants you to break when it's created, which would be the same thing here. It would have to determine what armor set it wants you to wear when it's created, which means it can't check to see like, oh, what armor do you already have? So since it can't do that, it would then have to just kind of guess. But this means if, for example, it wants you to wear full gold and you already have full gold, you just complete the dare instantly. And that's no bueno, right? There's no get stack in the slot. Or visibility. And equipment slot dot legs and equipment slot dot feet. What? What? I didn't do that. This should be public static. Equipment slot array. There's probably a part that I'm missing. Okay, so I have this if I ever want to access this specifically. And so this is going to need a player inventory. And now, we need to do next. Wait, can I do? Can I do player that get equipped stack? Oh, I see that. Equipped stack. Equipped stack for armor slots indexed at I++. And then there's one more. There's also a has next. Sure, that works. I need to return whether I is less than armor slots dot length. If it's equal to the length, then we're going to index out of bounds, and that is no bueno. What if I... You know what, I'm gonna have to put this on more than one line. If we're in the end, we return false. Otherwise, there was a find here. Wait. Yeah, there's a... There's fine. Wait, there's an any. This is not... Isn't this what I want? Any? What's the difference? Oh, I need this one. Why could this be null? The item stack won't be null. It'll just be empty. It can't be null. Because instead of being empty, they're just instead of being null, they're just empty. I can put this here and that there. So I have a return on this. Change this to this. Maybe this should just be overworld. I thought like, oh, you can technically get leather and gold in the nether, but if I also want to do copper as an option, then that's gonna be a little rough. Because you can't get copper in the nether. And then you would have to then leave the nether, which would take time from the dare, and then do that. And so it doesn't really seem reasonable. Unless I just I either have two variants, one for the nether that doesn't include copper, and then one for the overworld that does include copper, or just remove copper from the list entirely and just have leather and gold. You can do that in either one. Admittedly, doing the leather would be a little rough, but it's definitely doable in the nether, like 100%. So then maybe I just have it as leather gold. It'd be really hard, but it'd definitely be doable. And I think the fact that it could request leather armor in the nether alone is, good enough. It's not going to ask you to keep it equipped for a certain amount of time. Oh yeah, it should be final. I believe it's a non-final, yeah. I think I have to do mbt byte.of, actually. Yeah, I do. This dot ordinal. And cast it as a byte. Okay, so we got that. And it should also be a predicate as well. Wait, no. This part. That part's gonna be a little different. I want to see how it does this. Okay. Armor materials. That's right. It has armor materials. So this armor. And armor. What does this do? It's a record. Can I determine that? Can you not be likey as well? I don't think it would be. Yeah, there's no armor item anymore. This is what I thought. Aha, but right, and so for example, I then do right, I can do that, and then we can test if this dot items dot contains items stack dot get item. There we go. So now all I need to do is just pass in items dot leather chest plate, items dot leather. I guess that should be leather helmet first, for the sake of organizing. Leather leggings and items dot leather boots. Gold helmet. Items dot gold chest. Gold legs. Gold boots. There we go. Alright, so now this will get a random option. If I choose to add additional armor options, this will still get a random one. It's not like hard-coded to just be these two options here, which is important. This tick is important. This is needed. Right, good, got that. Does it do a similar thing here? Yeah, it does this. It wraps it in a string.format call, which, I mean, doesn't it just call string.format on the same thing? No, it doesn't. Well, then what is string.format call? Oh, wow, it calls the same fucking shit. Almost like it's the same fucking shit. But that's not the point. The question then becomes, for if you actually care, like, why would I use formatted over format? I think it has something to do with how it allocates the string, or like how the string is allocated, right? Because this is a constant. And so if that constant remains in memory, it might not need to like redeclare that constant every time. It's like extremely niche. I'm pretty sure this was added mainly for convenience because like the difference is very small. But for the sake of me, I think I want dot formatted, right? And so then this should go here, and this doesn't need that, and then this doesn't need that. It should just be like that. So this is going to then have this dot option dot get name and lib dot convert ticks to time. I believe it does the same shit. Yeah, it just does time. And then what about the I for I dare? Would it make sense? It might make sense to put this here so that it only needs to compute it once. Now it's only computing that one time. Now this doesn't actually specify the time you have. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you really need to know that you only have 10 seconds. You're gonna see that bar going down quickly and go shit, 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 and start shoving soup down. So I don't think it really needs to specify the time. Now we go all the way here. It doesn't need to register any callbacks. It doesn't need that. This is the on application, which is also nothing. And then this should just be time. And this is the main part, right? So that's all this other stuff. Actually, there's a couple of other things I need. I need to write to MBT. We do this, and I do MBT.put byte. And this is going to be under option key. And then we're going to put this dot option dot write to MBT. Can I just put then? Yeah, just put. And this allows me to put an MBT element. Yep. Which the difference between this and put byte is like just that it just calls this, which I already did, so we're good. There's no difference. Return BNT, yes. And now I need a read from MBT. It'd be nice to have a warning with like write to MBT without read from MBT, but that seems a little specific. And either way, once I do the write to MBT, I'm gonna do the read from MBT as well, so that seems fine. This dot option dot this dot option equals armor option dot from NBT MBT dot yeah, I could force cast it. But force casting seems like a really dumb idea. Can I do an MBT element? And then do MBT dot as byte dot or else 0 B. Wait. No, there's no way to make a byte constant, right? You just have to hard cast it? Or do I do like UB? No, Java doesn't have byte constants, right? Or not byte constant. I guess I'm looking for a byte literal. Yeah, there's no byte literal that I'd have to put in here. I have to cast it. Good shit. It could be null. It could be null. I see. I think what I want to do is I could do require non-null, but then it would like hard crash if there were data corruption. Not that there really would be, but Am I making this way harder than it needs to be? I only need a write to NBT. Dude, just do values, index at nbt.getByte for option key, and then have a fallback of 0. And then I guess I have to cast that as a byte. Easy. That's the from NBT. And now we tick. And now this is where we check the thing. What do you mean? This is a predicate. This implements predicate, dude. You're fine. That's what it wants. But we know. We know that it's not going to be null. The stack's not going to be null. You wouldn't set the stack to null. You wouldn't. And I can't just do this. Why not? Whatever. Because they're different predicates. This is the java.util.function predicate. I don't feel like implementing the com.google predicate, so whatever. This one was armor up. Boom. Okay, I think I want to do this one next because I can do this one. I can probably do that one, maybe? I don't know. So, I'm going to need probably to go to my living entity mixin. I believe I'm going to need to create another event here. So when you take a bunch of damage, you apply damage. So I could go into damage, specifically before the on death call. At that point, you've definitely killed them. It doesn't matter if it's before or after, because we'll have all those references at that point. Okay, so hello, hello. What's coding? We're writing dares. At equals at value is invoke. The target is on death. And then this has what? Float damage, other stuff. What do you have? Server world, damage source amount. And then a callback info. Why are you complaining? Message signature does not match expected signature for inject. Oh, because... Yeah, no, I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, yeah, it does? Wait, no, it doesn't. Can I not have callback info? Oh, maybe because... blah, 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 I getcha. Grizzly or polar, aren't you coding bears? No, I'm coding dares! 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 D-A-R-E-S. Now I can make a event for this. New. This is void on death. We're gonna take a server world we're going to take a living entity. This is the target. And this is the source that killed them. And then what I want here is I want event factory. Is going to take world target source. And then this is going to be on death. What do you mean? Oh, wait, this is an interface. Hello? What are you doing? There we go. That's better. Now we got that. I can bring this back to here, and I can do living entity. Wait, what am I doing? The mix and duck type thing. Living entity. Boom. And then I can do living entity death callback dot event dot invoker dot on dev pass in the world, pass in this, pass in the source. The source, fine, I'll spell it out. Alright, so now we got this, which means now I can go back to, not that one, that one's done. Oh, I didn't make it yet. What do you call it? I did call it that. Okay. So there's nothing here. Convert minutes to ticks. You're gonna have 3 minutes to go find and kill a bat. Or I have no idea what you said the moment you went, not bear, you were cut off by, lol. It's not bears, it's dares. Dares. D-A-R-E. And I do need the display name. Save that to that. That's all that. Now I can have that killer dare here, passing in the duration. All right. You're coding a system against drug abuse? What? I don't know how you got to that one. Dare, just say no. Oh yeah, I need the time. Oh wait, this should be like %s dot formatted, and then I need a period there because I am good boy who uses proper grammar. And then wouldn't that just be, hold on, am I stupido? Wouldn't it make sense to do that since it's all the fucking same? And then just return the description? And then wouldn't it make a lot of sense to do that here because it's the same fucking thing? Linux can't abuse you if you just say no. There you go. And this should just return this. Whoa. That. And then, but for this one, this is a context sensitive description. So we leave that one as is. I'm gonna check to see if my truths are like that. Yeah, see, I have a description. In fact, I'm gonna change it to just this. You are totally correct. There's no point to having an additional constant when I can just do that. And then the other one? Oh wait, no, that was just this one. Yes. I can just do this. Boom. Isn't that better? Yes, it is. And then this has to living entity death callback. Hear me out. Linux use is a gateway drug to C and Fortran. I have opinions on that statement. This doesn't do anything. This is gonna check if you're in overworld. Fuck, dude. I have this check all the time. If you're in this world, if you're not in that world. What are the opinions? You're the streamer. You're the one with the mic. The opinion is, I don't think that Linux is necessarily calling Linux as a gateway drug is the most wild fucking thing I've ever heard. Okay, but people who use Linux, I would argue, are more likely to be coders, or am I wrong? Or people who are at least micromanage computer functions? I mean, okay, people who use Linux are probably more likely to be programmers because Linux is not really, I don't want to say Linux is not designed for the quote unquote layman, but I'd say that Linux is more customizable, and so for it to be effectively customized, it does require you to at least know a bit of like how to you know customize things, right? But just because you use Linux doesn't mean that you necessarily would code in C or Fortran at all. That's like saying the study of physics leads to, um, abstract like group theory. And it's like, I mean, depending on the physics you do, maybe, but chances are you might just be doing calculus as a physicist, not like abstract number theory shit. Identity world, like the registered key is not this. And I don't need, whoops, dimension. I don't need, like a var args here because there's only 3 dimensions. So if I want to check if you're not in dimension, that's the same as checking if you're in this dimension. Wait a second. The fuck? Then just have this be this. If I want to check if they're in, yeah, just check if the player's in a dimension. That's all we need. It's a matter of gateway potential. Why are you treating programming languages like they're hardcore drugs? That's my question. They're not hardcore drugs. All right. Now, for example, here, right? So, for example, this one doesn't want you to be in the end, so I can just do player utils dot is player in dimension world dot end. Whoa, and I can just be like, you have to not be in that one. Oh yeah, and Halyar is needed. Yes, player. feel like that makes things a little bit easier to handle. Player utils dot is player in dimension, pass in the player, and this is world dot nether. This one is going to be return player utils dot is player in dimension, player world dot overworld, not server world dot overworld. No, just world dot overworld. I don't know why that's fucking rocket science. I don't know, man. Keeps you awake at night and occupies your thoughts with more use, can result in extreme restlessness, and also encourages habits of risky financial behavior. Have you seen RAM prices? I No, just no. No, I disagree. I strongly disagree. This is not keeping me awake at night. I'm not always thinking about it. I don't have extreme restlessness. I'd like to improve. I'd like to upgrade my computer, absolutely, but that has nothing to do with coding and has everything to do with this computer's like 6 or 7 years old. Yeah, because if you get it, you just dig straight down to try and find it, right? So now what I need to do is I need to go if source dot get attacker instance of player entity. We can do that. That way I've casted it. And if the Todd API dot accessor dot is truth or dare active, I'd have to like get it and then. So you're saying you aren't thinking about coding after you stop? If when I stop coding for the day, I'm done. Yeah. I'd have to get it. Ah. Then I can say, oh wait. If that and the target is an instance of that entity, stay on that bat shit. Also cool dare. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I was fucking around a little, but that genuinely surprises me. I mean, it's not like I'm thinking about coding all the time. Sometimes, you know, I'll have an idea and I'll be like, whoa, this is an interesting idea, right? So like they might cross my mind or whatever, but I usually try to like when I finish stream, I might continue programming. Depending on like where I'm at. Sometimes I'll finish stream just because it's been long and I need a break, I need a snack, I need something. Or because I'm at a really annoying part in programming where I don't really think it's that interesting to show me like banging my head against a wall all the time. Because I don't think that's like that interesting. It's usually a combination of both of those things where I would stop but then maybe continue after stream. But most of the time, like when I'm done, I'm usually like, all right, I've been doing this for like 4.5 hours or 4 hours. I'm good. You know, it's time to stop. So if they're a player and we killed Anbat, Then I'm going to do .api.accessor.getTruthOrDare for this player for this .get class for this specific kind of dare, and if it's present, we're going to do bat_killer_dare, not register callbacks. That's a really dumb idea. We're going to mark it as completed. I get that with my drawing. Like, I drew character Theo, and they were a fucking nightmare to draw. I was banging against my banging against my wall for heads was what I was gonna say. Whoops. Yeah, I was just banging against my wall for heads. I mayhaps said that backwards. Bangs wall against the head, dies instantly. Whoopsie daisy. Bat killer. And we're gonna put the bat killer here. Create register entry for bat killer dare. Bada boom. Alright. Am I having a stroke? I mean, no, I think I'm okay. I just, I read the sentence, knew what it was. I interpreted the rest of the sentence. I got to was banging my head, and I'm like, okay, against the wall, right? And so then I finished reading the sentence, but I started talking, and then I was banging my wall against the head for months came out. I knew what the rest of the sentence was. I finished it ahead of me, but I didn't finish reading it. And then I got mixed up. Is how I believe that happened. I swear. I promise you. Alright, is this done? Is this good? This seems good. Alright, so we have a bat killer where you just have to go and yoink a bat. Good. No stroking on stream. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That you want to think about that one again? That's seems a little dangerous. How unsend message? Fuck. You can't take it back, dude. And even if you take it back, I record these streams and like upload it to my VOD channel. Speaking of, allow me to plug the VOD channel. Sorry, that was unnecessary. That was not necessary, but I felt it was funny. My point being that even if you untook it back, even if you took it back, you still have, you know, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, thinking of not rereading messages before sending, right? So we have our bat killer. We have our eye for eye. I think we should test those. Just make sure that they work. I wouldn't see why they wouldn't. The eye for eye dare totally works because it uses this entity use callback and it does the exact same thing. Actually, should I double check to see if the player it's non-player client cited? Oh, I might want to check that. It's interesting because I don't know if it matters. Home plug, yeah. We'll just we'll totally do that. Absolutely. So this mixin on damage, but before death, it doesn't actually check that. We don't want to necessarily have it do that twice or whatever. I feel it would be most reasonable. That's French for reasonable. To check if and player.getEntityWorld is not client as well. Just to get that out of the way. Okay, good. We have the same checks, the is client and instance of player entity, but it's like different than the callback thing. If this is actually an entity. I mean, it is an entity, but I need to cast it here so that I can do this here. So I can't use the callback helper method, basically, is what I'm saying. Okay, cool. We're just gonna run it now. And now we can see the progress bars that I've made as well. Little fancy progress bars. Some cool shit. I'm actually proud of them. I think they're kind of cool. And they work fundamentally, which is also probably a good thing. So this is the kill a bat dare, which is a very simple dare, right? But the whole point is that killing a bat is kind of tricky, right? I want some dares that are maybe a little more complex, but I want some dares that are really simple but like deceptively tricky. Something like killing a bat, because I swear in all my efforts of like finding a bat, their spawn rate is like so low. They spawn in groups of 8 or 2. That's only on Bedrock Edition only. In the overworld, at a light level of 3 or less in Java Edition, light level 4 or less in Bedrock, at any Y level, on blocks of stone, granite, diorite, andesite, tuff, or deep slate that are not directly exposed to the sky. They also need at least 1.5 air blocks with, for instance, a top trapdoor or top slab. In Java Edition, they can spawn in any overworld biome except the Deep Dark. In Bedrock Edition, there are also other specific biomes they cannot spawn in. Bat entities do not count towards passive modcap, as they are considered ambient creatures in the entity inheritance and therefore fall into the dedicated ambient category. Beautiful. So they can't spawn in, obviously, the Deep Dark, which makes a lot of sense because then they would they would spawn all the wardens. But the thing is that I just, on modern versions of Minecraft, I just don't see bats, like, ever. So the dare go find one bat and kill it in 3 minutes is like ridiculous. So here is our grace period progress bar. You can see it up there. I know I have a progress bar on stream that covers the rest of the progress bar, but I promise you that progress bar is going down. And that progress bar will go all the way down. And then if I do, for example, prompt truth or dare, I will get this truth or dare prompt. And again, my to-do is to fix this. And then if I, for example, pick dare, I'm given a soup that I must eat. I must eat this. And you can see that it's actually going down, and I just fucking died because it blew up behind me, and now I'm gonna wither away and die. Am I gonna wither away and die? I might not. Oh, look at that. I barely lived. And now the grace period is much shorter in between dares. It's just that initial grace period is much larger. And then if I pick a truth, we got this shit. I can only breathe underwater for 2 minutes, so allow me to just casually go in here. And you can see the dare bars are red, and the truth bars are green, and the grace period bar is yellow. Gray. So, oh yeah, and also this actually will cause my air to go down because not in I'm not in water. I have gills. Anyway, we'll then see if I can find a bat for the bat killer dare. Once this wears off. And it does support multiple truths and dares, and the bars don't overlap because it's a built-in feature for multiple bars, so like the game just handles that fine. But this mod only applies one truth or dare currently in its current version. Maybe I'll make like a 1.1 that has a config option for multiple truths or dares or something at the same time, but then you have to start getting into some mutually exclusive stuff, like some dares that should be mutually exclusive. So this is get full gold armor. In 4 minutes. And in spectator mode, actually, this is important to note, it doesn't actually tick my effect state in spectator mode. So, it's just here. Can I... Let's do this, so that we can look around a little bit. And you can see there are a lot of, like, open space, but, like, there's no fucking bats. None. Now, granted, there's going to be no mobs spawning around here because I am in spectator, and so it doesn't actually let mobs spawn here, like near you when you're in spectator. Otherwise, you could manipulate the game world in that way, and obviously I don't want you to do that, so. But for example, here, you could theoretically say like, okay, we could get bat spawns. Right, but I don't know, man. I should also now be able to equip all of this, and then that should... There we go, grace period given. So now, find a bat in 3 minutes. Good luck. I'm gonna give myself more than 3 minutes. I'm gonna allow myself to go into spectator. Just to see if I could even theoretically, like, find one. There's a trial chamber over there, which is interesting. But bats aren't gonna spawn in there. And this is, well, some of this is underwater. Not all of it, though. Just that part is, which obviously we're not gonna get bats spawning there. This is this part. This seems like a really large space, right? So you'd think you could get a bat spawn around here. But I've got news. I don't... I don't see a bat, dude. I hear a bat. I hear a bat. Where? There it is. They're real, dude. Holy shit. They exist, man. Okay, so that's gonna be like one of the worst dares ever. I hate it and love it at the same time because good luck trying to like find one of these fuckers. And then this is eat the soup. And yeah, it gave me like horrible effects. And then nice. Good. Excellent. I have both of these? What the hell? Oh, it's gonna kill me, lovely. Anyway, you get the idea. It works. Actually, no. Apply there. Block breaker overworld. Okay, so that actually puts the name. So I probably want to do that for the other one, and that one would want me to kill kill a bunch of tough. Yeah, that's definitely how that works. Okay, so in our block breaker dare, we'll see that this gets the display name. And so in the armor up there, now it's going to say armor up, get full gold armor. All right, cool. We can kill shit. Now, I have a very interesting dare, but in order to create this dare, I'm going to need a mix-in. But the thing is I don't know where I need to mix in into. So, no, not that. This is for opening a bunch of screens, opening dialogues. This is for interacting with entities. Attacking, damage source, cannot attack. Turn target that is attackable, target dot handle attack. That's interesting. I deflect, is critical hit, can use super attack, handle attack damage, on target damage. None of this is it. Target player config entry, inventory abilities, boop, 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 boop. On pickup slot, click. And drop items. And message. On recipe crafted. Brother. Oh wait, I can do server player entity. Go here. I can now look on recipe crafted. Recipe crafted. Okay, on recipe crafted. Criteria, recipe crafted, dot trigger, boom, recipe ID, ingredients, bada boom. Okay, interesting. Interesting. We have an on recipe crafted. Recipe, what's the ID? It's a registry key into a recipe registry. Almost like this game has a recipe registry. Okay. So I can do this here. So I'm gonna make another callback. Wait, this death callback, shouldn't this extend callback? It should. They should all extend callback. So now, why is this parameterized? Oh, recipe input. Recipe entry, which is a record. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. Is that all I need? What else would I need? It's my server player entity. Do I care about the ingredients? Currently, I do not think so. So then this can just extend a by consumer for player entity and recipe. And then I make an event factory. And then this is going to be player recipe. And it's going to be accept. And then in my player mixin, we have an inject. On recipe crafted. Add this. And then I do player crafted callback dot event dot invoker dot accept, right? But I need to go here and I need to do I mean, I guess I don't need to. I could just do player entity object this. And then the recipe dot. Oh, that's just the registry key. Doesn't actually get me the recipe itself. It just gets me the registry key for the recipe. Which is fine. Change this to registry key. Great part of extending by consumer instead of changing it here is that I just have to change it in the declaration. So I like that. And now we can pass in the ID, and now we have that mixin available. And now it's really easy to set up that callback. That callback was super easy. This is like almost like it's good shit. All right. So now I can make a dare for baking a cake. We'll call it the baker dare. And then this is going to extend. It should also be final as well. And this should extend just an abstract dare. I don't think we need anything more complex than that. There's nothing specific here. And then how much time does it take to bake a cake in Minecraft? You would need to get iron for a bucket, at least 9 iron to get 3 buckets. Then you would need egg, you would also need wheat, and you need sugar. So I'm thinking 5 minutes to bake a cake. That should give you enough time to go and I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna test just raw. If it's like one of the first dares I get, can I go get the wheat, get the egg, get the sugar, get the iron, get the cow, and bake the cake? I'm gonna see if I can actually do it. I'm gonna do it in 5 minutes. Actually, don't think that's possible depending on the spawn. Well, I mean, you could get like the worst possible spawn ever. First dare be go find a bat, shithead. And then you just don't make it, right? So, I mean, yeah, some dares are gonna be almost impossible right off rip. That's why I do genuinely believe the meta for this would be you pick truth first. That gives you more setup time, but some of your setup time is going to be hindered by whatever truth you get. Sometimes the truth might not be that bad early on. You don't need a village for a cake. How do you truth? I will show you. You get options. For starters, you have like a 3-minute grace period. You have a 3-minute grace period, and then if you pick truth, you're gonna get some truth, right? The truth might be bad or whatever, but you can probably live with it. And then if you pick dare and you get cake, you should be able to do it. But I'm gonna see if I can, um, from the start of the dare, be able to bake a cake, not including the grace period I'm gonna get beforehand, because the grace period beforehand would assume that I'm gonna be making a cake. That's problem with the need for wheat, eggs, and milk. I think you'd need a village spawn. You'd need some spawn, right? Like, you would need some spawn, but you definitely could. So we'll see. I'm gonna change my spawn as well because I'm currently in a village. So I'm gonna move somewhere else. I'm gonna move somewhere else. I'm gonna clear my inventory and we're gonna test it. Player crafted callback. And then public baker dare. And now we go here, and I want to also make sure. God damn it! Do this, and then get this. Actually, wait, no, I don't need to do the display name. The display name's fine. It's just called Baker. All right, so there's nothing here. Applicable only in the overworld. Is player in dimension world dot overworld. Register callbacks. This is going to be player crafted callback dot event dot register this. Description is going to be return DSC. The name is going to be Baker. Progress bar text is going to be optional.of. Actually, do I need that? No, I feel like you know, right? Tick additional effect logic. There's nothing to tick. We literally just need this. So I want to check if player.get entity. Whoa, what are you doing? Get entity world.is client. I'm gonna return off of that, and then recipes. No, recipe. Wait. Player.get registry manager dot get for I need to get registry keys dot recipe. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. Wait, okay, but what does the recipe have? Matches, craft, it's an item stack. Right, but I don't have any input. Recipe type, that's gonna be like crafting, obviously. Get group, show notification, is ignoring recipe book. Matches. Need to know that. Recipe manager? Nope. Nope. Not that. Recipe provider? That's not what we want. I was just looking at that. Recipe cache. Oh, wait. What about this? No, this is not it. Oh, wait, but like all the, shit, all the recipes are like data driven, right? So I'd find it under here. Recipe. Da-da-da-da-da. But this means, actually, somewhere here, I should see the cac. Here we go. So I know the type, it's crafting shape. The result, I need to try and get this. Uh-huh. Right, because this interface, look, it can produce the craft thing. So like there's an individual recipe, like record or something. Wait, am I idiot? There is an individual record. I know what it is. I was literally looking at it moments ago. Recipe entry. Recipe entry. Trigger. This dot trigger. Okay. Conditions. Conditions dot matches recipe key ingredient. Recipe key does not match this recipe ID. Criteria.recipe crafted. Recipe crafted criterion, which then goes here and then triggers this. Then what do? You get this. There's a predicate, which tests the conditions. And then it does something. Okay, I think we're going down the wrong rabbit hole here. I could just check the ingredients to see if they match, but I'd rather check the output. I don't know what this record is. I don't know what that value is. In fact, I don't think this thing knows what it is. Yeah, it's just some random ass object. Well, it's an object that extends recipe. Is this the recipe itself? Doesn't actually fucking help me. Okay, let's see. Recipe finder. What is this? Is craftable, count crafts, clear. Okay, that's not it. Recipe factory, which is an interface. Abstract cooking recipe. Oh, wait, these are the actual recipes that actually implement the goddamn recipe. Single stack recipe. Single stack recipe input. One's recipe input. Okay, so this is just for like one thing. Is it? Okay, I'm gonna have to just fucking go here then. Net.minecraft.recipe. Crafting recipe. Extends recipe for crafting recipe input. Prepared recipes, nope. Okay, what implements that? Probably fuck is special crafting recipe. Shaped recipe. Wow, look, the fucking result. So then what about the different, hold on. Recipe type, recipe display, recipe serializer, whatever. Registry of recipes. And a crafting recipe extends recipe. So that does give me that recipe. So if I get, for the registry key, I get the recipe. Is it different from like items and stuff? Because the items just are all registry keys anyway from like the items class, so it's interesting. So this gets me, but wait, no, this gets me a registry. A registry of recipes. And then this gets me The actual recipe. Where is this under? Net Minecraft registry. Okay. Is this just gonna give me all of this? Interesting. There's no registry for that? That's the actual register, the registry, excuse me, the registry builder just freaking builds it. Registry keys will get me a registry of recipes. Which is confusing because how do I have a registry key but no registry that's available to get from it? Is it because it's in this registry of registries? What the fuck? Registries equals root. What is root? A thing. Gotcha. No, because that's not the individual recipes. I shouldn't need. I don't think I need to use like reflection to get the thing, right? So this is a recipe. This can craft it, but I would need to then have that, and it feels like that's not necessary. The hell's a slot display? Yeah, I don't have these things. Can't do that. That's not a useful way to go. What about in the... Okay, going back to this. There's a crafting recipe. Where's raw shaped recipe? It's here. This just gives the output. Wait a second. So if I just craft... This is already after they've already crafted it. So... if I just craft it, I get this. I don't need to care about this or this. If it's a shaped recipe, which the cake should be, yeah, I want to get optional value. And I can map it, or I can filter. To check to see if shaped recipe dot class is instance. Now I know it's a shaped recipe. And then because it's a shaped recipe, I could just map it to recipe graph. And I don't give a shit on what I put in because it's not going to care, it's just going to copy that out. This and dot get item equals items dot cake. And then if present, actually no, could I not just flat map it to that? Dot flat map dot API dot accessor dot get truth or dare for this player and this dot get class. And then if present, mark it as completed. That's a lot of shit on one line. But basically, we're gonna get the recipe, and then if it's a shaped recipe, I should be able to just craft it without any inputs because it just copies the output. And then we can check to see if that item is a cake, and if it is, we can flat map to get the dare, and then if that dare is present, we can mark it as completed. Can I do, like, can I annotate this here? I don't think I can, right? Import the class. Yeah, you don't care about that. You are not okay with that. Parameter can be null. No, it can't. Because if it's null, then this is false. Right? Oops. Yeah, that's a fucking thing. Okay. What if I did this? What? No, 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 no. Does this not Does this predicate not have... Hold on, that's dumb. Oh, right, because you're that. You don't have a static version for that. You have a static version for that and that. Nullable problems. There's no nullable problem. Because the recipe won't be null. I know the recipe won't be null because it's gonna check this first, and only if this is true will it then check this. And if this is false, then this doesn't happen. And more importantly, if yeah, this is the only way to verify that's actually a cake. We'll see if this actually works. Now, since the shaped recipe is only used for crafting, this should question mark? I didn't think it would be that fucking brutal to do, but needless to say, the game doesn't seem to hate me, though it's really struggling for a second here. Are you okay? You are not okay. Are you okay? You're okay. No? You good? Okay. Wow, the game did not like that. Yeah, it doesn't actually make seeds. That's right. That's a modded thing. Whoopsie daisy. So right now, all I want to do is check to see that it doesn't crash the game when I try to craft something before I go and do this test. Those are shapeless recipes, I think. I don't know. If I can craft a pickaxe, I think I'm fine. I would say I'd be fine in that case. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm probably okay. I need the ingredients to make that, which is gonna be that. Where's my wheat? The wheat is not here, because of course it's not. Ingredients, there we go, that's what I need. I can't remember if it's 1 egg and 2 sugar or 2 sugar and 1 egg. So we're just gonna do that. That way I have everything. I am an idiot. Okay. Doesn't explode either. That's good. Okay, for this, I'm gonna be hooray, no boom. Yeah, right? Like, no destruction. We're gonna go way over here. You know what? I'm gonna start up here. I'm gonna start right up here, alright? This seems reasonable. Fuck, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoops. Alright, we're gonna go back. That clear, wait, shouldn't that clear not screw me over like that? Hold on. Did that not... Wait, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, I'm with you so far. Force complete. Alright, I got you. You force it. Good shit. Now we go here. Oh. Shouldn't I also do this dot mark completed at the same time? That way, when it does that, when I force complete it, it forces it to be complete. It marks as complete, which doesn't kill me, but then since it's forced, it won't give me any grace period. That's the whole point. Actually, wait, no, it's to be resumed. Okay, well that still killed me, but that's fine. No, 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 no. You suck balls. All right, whatever. I don't care. The problem is that when that screen pops up in between there, that's so dumb, dude. It like my mouse is like not in the game, and so it locks me to the middle, and then I can't do anything. I hate that. That's dumb. But I shouldn't need to worry about that too much. Basically, all I need to do here was add that, so that when I force complete it via command, it doesn't kill me, but at the same time, it won't grant me a grace period. So I just clear it, right? Okay, so this gives me enough time to fly all the way over here. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna TP myself about 300 blocks out. Now I don't know where I am. This is about as fresh a spawn. There's a village over there. God damn it. Alright. This is about as fresh a spawn as one could get. Alright? I didn't actually register the dare. Hold on. I might need to do that. Whoopsie daisies. I think I got it now, alright? So I'm gonna drop in. I'm gonna make it even harder on myself. I'm not gonna give my this is gonna be raw. I have absolutely nothing. This is the dare I'm given. Can I do it? Chances are by the time I get my first dare in the game, I should at least have some things, crafting table, a couple tools and all that stuff. But I'm gonna factor that in. I got 5 minutes. I probably won't be able to do it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give myself this grace period to wait for the game to fucking load. I'm gonna give myself this grace period to get some supplies and shit. And then when that grace period ends, I'm gonna give myself that dare. Right? So all I'm caring about is getting supplies. I'm just gonna pretend as if I'm playing the game normally. That's gonna be, get wood, maybe get some food, get some tools, all that. Because I should always reasonably at least have that. This seems fair. Okay, I didn't know that that's what we were going on. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want this because I want to be able to make you, 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 and you. Get this out of here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. So you could very reasonably, I think, There's my spawn point right there as well. And you could very reasonably, I think, get, you know, you can get a setup. You can get the basic tools. And now I do dare. I'm gonna Todd clear. Oh wait. You bitch. Why you do this? Let me click. Oh wait, I can do this. Hey. Okay, cool. Clear. 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 There we go. Now it's Baker. Problem fixed. All right, I see sugarcane over there. I also need seeds. Boom, seeds acquired. I'll need to kill some skeletons for bone meal. Or fish, but I'm gonna be honest, killing the fish is gonna be a little rough. This might be hard. So this is the sugarcane. All right, cool, awesome. I need iron now. The problem is that there's no fucking iron. I'm digging down and I'm not finding iron. I'm running out of time. Okay, so this is clearly a problem. I might need to give myself more time. The problem with creating dares that have such a long time limit is that you can choose to ignore them. Sort of. I mean... maybe, well, I mean, obviously there's the punishment for failing it, but... Yeah, like, I ran out of so much time doing that. Alright. That's a problem. I should probably give myself more time. To make cake. Bake a cake. Instead of 5 minutes, we're gonna do 8 minutes. 8 minutes. I think this is reasonable. Eight seems good, even if it's sprint. Yeah, right? Like, 8 seems a little bit reasonable. I might want to not go, like, more than 10 minutes on a specific dare, because otherwise you can kind of ignore the dare for a very reasonable amount of time. Can I change these video settings to, like, maybe not Can we go to like 12 chunks? Yeah, that works for me. Alright, we're gonna toss that. I'm going to also toss that and that and that. I'm not gonna have access to that. I'm gonna go back over here. This is basically where I got the dare. So now, cake bake required. There's a cave here. We're just gonna have to go into here. This is diabolical. I hear bad. Iron. All right. We're making progress. I need more iron though. I've never been so locked in to make a goddamn cake. How much is this? That's 4. Alright, you know what? That's good. That's good. That's good. Because here's the thing. This pickaxe is not fast enough. Was that a beach here in Mario coming real life? Dude, that's so true. Shoot, but I just don't see any iron. Okay, I do know that ores spawn more frequently when they're not exposed to air. So... seeing copper, but I ain't seeing iron. Shit, bad. I had iron, and that was it. That was all I had. That was my life savings, dude. That was it. I don't care about that zombie. I care about finding iron. Shit. I just have to go down, don't I? Can't be afraid. Not to mention, like, I don't have the seeds. I'm gonna have to play a lot more risky. I need that iron, dude. I'm getting fucked by not finding iron. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Alright, well, look, here's the thing. Iron, oh my god. That's just one, though. That's iron down there, though. Get this shit going, get this shit going. Shit, dude. Shovel, go. Boom. Make this. I'm gonna need some blocks to get out of here. I need to find a skeleton too, because I still need the wheat, dude. Oh my god. You. Oh my god, there's a zombie there. It's gonna get me killed. Lovely. That zombie ruined everything. Yep, and I died. I couldn't kill it, dude. It sucked. Alright. Well. Unknown or incomplete command. Wait a second. What the heck? Grace period, time, integer argument. Then command argument time, do that. Integer command argument, grant grace period. Why does that not work? Unknown or incomplete command. Why do you say that? But it's not unknown and it's not incomplete. If I do like integer must not be less than 0. Okay, so like that works. It's getting that command argument. And then it should just execute it, but it doesn't execute it. Why does it not execute it? Unknown or incomplete command. How, though? Then is an argument builder. Okay, so the literal the literal argument builder, which then gets connected to an argument builder. Wait, I have this wrong? Then wait, I think I see what my problem is. Yeah, it has to be in the argument node, but I don't think it is. Like, that has to be in here. Right? Right, because this then encapsulates the whole thing. So this then should encapsulate the whole thing. And then this one here encapsulates that. And then that's that. I think that's right. Right, 'cause that's the same thing that's being done down here. It's the execute node dot executes, right? Then if you get the argument node, then you execute it. Otherwise, you do that. So I'm guessing that's correct. Don't do that. Okay, there's a problem with that grace period thing. I think I need if this dot grace bar is not null, then I probably want this dot grace bar dot rem. I probably just want to dispose of it first. Yeah. Bar dot dispose. Dispose of it first before you assign a new one. All right, should dispose of that one, which should remove it, and then we're good. All right. Now we can try again. If I /Todd grace period for 50 It replaces it, which is what we want. I guess I'm gonna do truth. What's the initial grace period? Let me check what the initial grace period is. Initial grace period is 3,600. Slash pod grace period 3,600, and then clear. There we go. I have slightly less of a grace period, but that's fine. We're gonna do this again from the start. I had a good shot, but it got ruined. I can take advantage of the fact that it is technically nighttime, so we'll use this to, oh my god, I'm so bad. One bone is not gonna get me fucking wheat, though. I know I'm technically doing this in advance during the grace period, but, you know, whatever. There's iron in there. I'll do a grace period into a truth, into the baker dare, and then we'll see if I can do it then. I'm just trying to exist here, you know? Okay, so this grace period is gonna turn to truth, and now it's gonna do this one, which means I have to be underwater, which is really annoying. Thankfully there is water over here. I do replenish my water faster than I lose it. Shoot, I need more stone. No, you must live, holy shit. No. Is there no coal? Oh, there's no fucking coal down here? You gotta be fucking kidding. kidding me? Alright, well, that's fine. I gotta go up here anyway. Be in the water anyway, so whatever. Fine. Get me over there. Was that not the coal? Oh my god, the coal's higher than that. Live. Let's live. Come on, get it. Get it! Fuck, dude, you're so... I'm dead. Oh, I'm alive! I probably won't be for long, holy shit. Got my damn coal. Alright, now... Do truth, and then do /Todd up clear truth. And it's gonna prompt me again. There we go, I got it. There was iron, there it was. Alright. That's 6 iron. There's no more iron that I can see here. It does get me close. No, you need to go up. Alright, now, I need to get some fucking food. I need to live. Make some of that. Sugarcane is over there. That seems to be the closest. There's fish here, which I can bone meal. Okay. Well, you don't bone meal the fish, but you get the idea. All I'm short is iron now. No, you need to go. You need to kill fish, get bone meal. This is not working. Get me the bone meal. Well, bone meal drops are very rare, so that's lovely. We'll get that going. I have health now. That's good. Now the question is, where do I find 3 more pieces of iron? I don't think I'm really gonna find it in there. I might have to go back to that ravine, dude. This is bad. I'm like halfway out of time. Enough bone meal to maybe make enough. Oh, that was like so slow. So slow, it's so slow. Come on, iron, iron, iron. I need to go deeper for it. Nice. Good, 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 good fall. Good fall again, dude. Holy shit. The skeleton there. There's iron there. Wait, everything I need is over there. I don't know if there's enough iron, but there is an amount. Why do I have this? Hit the fucking dude. Get. Sick him! Sick him, boy! Holy shit! You didn't drop bones. That's unfortunate. I got the rest of the iron. Is it gonna matter in time? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Fuck, dude. I need a craft. I need a craft. Dude, I'm gonna be so fucking close. Oh, there's a cow right here. I made my cake, you dumb. I did it. What do you mean? I made my cake. I was fucking cheated, dude. I made my damn cake. No, Reaper, I did it. I made the cake. I did what you asked. Fuck, dude. But then I gotta do that then. Clearly not well enough, right? Like, fuck, bro. Does this even run? Faster, more sprinkles. There were sprinkles on the damn cake. Okay, so what I want to know is when the game decides that it's good, okay, is I want to know what happens when I'm crafting shit. Maybe ice cream cake? I don't know, man. Is it not actually... Wait a second. Is it not actually getting to my... Is it just always hitting that? Dude, it's not crafting, it's not working. Fuck out of here. Bye, moron. It's not actually, like, my callback isn't working. I made my damn cake. But my callback isn't going. Does it have to be a server player mix-in for this shit? Are you gonna suck that many balls? Oh my gosh, yeah, you are. Cause this Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Fine, I'll make another mix-in. I don't know if it needs to be final, but alright, whatever. I made my cake, dude. Give me my reward. Extends player entity. This is an @mixin on server player entity.class, which just extends that. Just gonna close all of these. And then where's my player mixin? I'm just gonna take this out of here, and we're gonna put it into here. Oh, I guess abstract makes sense. Create constructor matching super, and then add it to the common mixin. I believe it should always be abstract, right? Like even this is abstract, even though the block class is not. Right? Yeah. Okay. No, I get it. Passing this to object is redundant. Oh, that's why, because it wants to be casted to that. I can do that, and then the player crafted callback can just accept a server player entity. Why not? And then our baker dare can just change this here to be a server player entity. Okay, so I did it. I did it. I'm gonna actually make it 9 minutes. Fine, fuck it. I'll make it 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Go bake a cake. This should pretty much always return a server world, and the server world should always client? You don't have this client, right? Oh, because it returns this as client. And the server world is client false. So I don't need this anymore. Because we're always on the server side now. Okay. Now check this shit out. Can you fuck off, brother? Like permanently? Can you just permanently fuck off? So now if I go here and I do this and I craft this, yay, it works, alright. Boom. So now, if I go and I bring all the ingredients, which is 1 egg, 3 wheat, 3 buckets of milk, here's the sugar, 2 sugar, and that's it, right? Yeah. Now, if I apply their baker, I have 10 minutes to bake a goddamn cake. That still didn't work. Wait, what the heck? Is that just creative being creative, or is that me breaking shit? Notably, I have breaking shit. Well, that's a fucking problem. But the shaped recipe craft doesn't fucking do anything. Is there some other place where I should be looking for craft? Can pass all these fucking imports. Okay, so that's on recipe crafted though, but that's not. It's in the fucking screen. God damn it. What do you mean caused by illegal? What? What? Whatever. Alright. I need to know where this is called. And I believe I do know where it is called. I believe I need to go to green. Bless you? Extend screen. Client GUI screen. Alright. Whatever, bro. Client GUI. And then we have some screen stuff. Screen. In-game. There we go. Crafting screen. So, there's a recipe book screen. Oh. Crafting recipe book. Crafting screen handler? The fuck is this? Update result. Server world. Result inventory. Woodcraft recipe. Crafting recipe.craft. Hey, random question. Do you think you'll check out create mods again? Again? I never checked out create mods to begin with. Screen handler, server to client packet. And then it does that. Right, because the screen is the server side, and then there's the client side. I mean, this is kind of a bit of both, but it's very similar to how it was before. Update result. Item stack 2 is the crafting recipe dot craft. There. I could check the return of that. Oh yeah, I forgot. You used different mods in your earlier Let's Play. I've never created because vehicles came out a bit back. Some of the vehicles are starting to appear insane. It is kind of interesting, I guess. I'm not sure how crazy I am on create. I'm not familiar with it. I haven't actually played with it because it's more modern stuff, and I haven't done a lot of modern, like heavily modded tech mods and shit. World get server, get recipe manager, get first match. This is a recipe manager. Server recipe manager. Apply, that's that. Initialize, filter ingredients is enabled. Get first match. Yeah, that gets me the recipe entry, but that's not really that useful. The recipe, get that for each recipe display. Select server recipes. Okay, I don't think that's it, but this crafting screen handler seems to be it. But that updates the results. Oh, and then this runs the update result on content change. Result inventory.set stack handler.set received stack. Inventory slots can use get type check size and content updates. On slot click. Internal on slot click. Maybe I do it here on the internal slot click. I'd have to do it for that. That's gonna fire on like everything. Does this slot allow me to get the stack in the slot? Uncrafted. The heck? Where is this? Screen.slot. Net Minecraft. Oh, it's not even on client. It's net Minecraft screen. Slot. Oh, because this is all no longer on the client side. I see. Crafting result slot. Wait, you're telling me the item stack itself has a fucking thing? Holy shit. I can't believe this is a fucking thing. Oh my god, making this way harder than it needs to be. Alright. This be gone. View usages. This also be gone. Run, save, delete. Yeah. Bye-bye. Alright. Main item stack mixin. Because this has an uncrafted. Which happens when you go to this and you do the uncrafted thing, right? Uncraft by player, which it increases the stat for that item being crafted, which obviously is only going to occur when you actually take the item from the slot. Now, it doesn't matter if I do it here or if I do it at the beginning of this, right? Because I'm pretty sure it just does this to uncraft, which is like the same shit, right? So I'm going to do uncraft by player in the item stack mixin. That's fucking crazy. Let's see. Inject. And then I don't need this no recipe nonsense. Uncraft by player. That equals head. Uncraft, right, in the mixin. I don't know how player amount does an amount? I guess that makes sense because sometimes you can craft right because it needs to actually I know because you have to increase it by that amount, right? And then the item does this, but I feel like I want this to know this and this. So on the player crafted callback, we're gonna go here. This can't be a buy consumer anymore. You're no longer a buy consumer. I'm going to do a try consumer. I'm just going to make an interface for this. The same thing as the buy consumer. Argument operation. And then what is this? Type of the first argument, yeah. Oh, this returns a buy consumer. So this would return a try consumer. So it's the same thing. I'm just doing this so that I might have 3 argument stuff that might be useful. And then I'm more or less doing the same thing. Which I imagine is more or less, yeah. compose. And this has to be wrapped in an at code block. Boom, look at that, now we got this. So what I could do is I can go to player crafted callback and change this to a try consumer, which will take a player entity, an integer, and an item stack. Beautiful. So now when I go to some of these, like this hurt callback would be a try function. I should change this. This is an interface. And then this should be W apply. And then we require non-null on this, and then we will return tuv going to after dot apply on this dot apply of tuv. Oh, right. Yeah, and then it takes function and goes to there to there. Okay, that makes sense. Or maybe this should be R, just like that. And this can be W. There we go. Bring this function to the arguments. Okay, and then I do this. And this is applies a function to the result of this one. Okay, there we go. Boom. I now have try function. This should extend callback and try function to living entity, damage source, and float. And then also gives me a float. Okay, so that's that. That's that. And then I have that, and now I go to my Baker Dare, which is no longer good because this accept needs to accept a player entity or player. It needs to accept an int for the amount, and it needs to accept the item stack for the result. I believe this actually has to be an integer. It does. So now I can get rid of that. I can instead do if player.get entity world is client, we can return there. And then I can do or not result.get, or actually, or result.get item is not items.cake. All right. So if it's not a cake, then we're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to do .api.accessor .get truth or dare for the player, and this .get class. If present, we're going to mark completed. Not in abstract dare. It doesn't really matter, but I want to do it in Baker dare. Because that is what we have. That's a lot easier. So now the question is does that work? As I went on a little bit of a side quest. Oh, does that have to be float? And it has to return float. And this also has the same thing, where this has to return a boxed float. Yeah, this one's complicated, but we're fine. Now, does this work? That is the big question. Now that we're not doing any of that nonsense, right? Okay, cool. It didn't do that, which it definitely wasn't supposed to. I baked my damn cake again. God damn it, it doesn't work. What do you mean? I'm getting a lot of this stuff now because clearly I'm making a lot of fucking cakes. It doesn't actually get to there. Does it get to there though? Nope. My callback isn't called. Why is my callback not called? Oh, probably because I didn't actually fucking write it. Player crafted callback dot event dot invoker except player amount and then it would be item stack object this. Okay. Can I craft a cake? The most simple question ever. Yay! I can bake a damn cake. Now I want to go on the record and say I made my damn cake. I did it, alright? From nothing, I made a cake. I found the iron, I found the sugar, I found the egg and the milk, and I got the bones and the wheat. You could do it in 10 minutes. It's not easy, but you can do it. It's a little tight. It might require a little bit of luck. I think it's reasonable. You could be deep in a stronghold and it says, go bake a cake, shithead, and then it's scramble to go bake a cake. I think it's doable. I think it's doable. Which, good, because, holy shit, dude. I also didn't think I would be defeated by trying to craft a damn item. But, bake a cake is complete. All right. Now I very well could continue making more, but we made like 3 dares: the Baker dare, the Eye for Eye dare, and the Armor Up dare, which I think is pretty good. We're starting to get a bit of variety in our dares. I might focus still on making some more dares, and then we're gonna switch the script and we're gonna make some truths. Again, I want 40 of each. No, not one more, not one less. Exactly 40 of each. And then we're good. Everything else is basically there, other than that other to-do of the UI, right? And then we'll have a stream where I design that UI, which should be interesting. But going back to what I said earlier, you know, I'm not programming after this. I'm done. This was 4.5 hours of this. I'm so good. So with that, I can probably commit this. Is this just all? I mean, it's progress bars and some dares. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Fuck it. So we're gonna commit and push. It's gonna run a couple checks. It's gonna see that there's some to-dos. It's gonna find a to-do. There's one to-do. We're gonna check 10 warnings. This abstract failable dare is fine. That's little mystery tool for us later. And then is never used. Oh, I didn't suppress it. So that's fine. Unused import, right? We can fix that up. And this is just in the block breaker dare. And this is another mystery little tool to help us out later. All right, so we're gonna rerun our commit checks. I'm gonna see which ones are acceptable. And then we're good. And I'm gonna ship the fuck out of that. Yeah, can you do that? Okay, you reran the commit checks. I'm guessing that 8 warnings. All right. These 8 warnings are now here and here. Good. Send it. All right. So that is gonna wrap it for me. Good headway made today. Now that we've got all the infrastructure, now it's just a matter of coming up with the stuff, right? So. With that, I am going to get going. Well, thank you for tuning in. Thanks for watching. I'll pick this back up next week, same time. Monday, we're going to be doing some Stardew Valley related programming. And yeah, that'll be it for me. Y'all have a great weekend, and I will check you guys later. I don't really have much else to say. I mean, yeah, that's it. I'm kind of fried, so I'm just done. All right. Take care. Peace out.